Hello. Let's get started with stuff. Today, we're going to be learning things. We're going to be doing math today. I've been trying to find time to learn about quaternions over the past 2 days, but things keep happening. I keep falling asleep. Partially. I blame that on riding my bike for like 2.5 kilometers, though. So I figured the best time to get it done is during my normal working times. This that you're seeing here is... What am I gonna dance? I probably won't dance. I don't think anyone wants to see me dance because it won't be much. Although maybe that's the appeal. So this little laser that I had was actually from one of the Quaternion videos that I watched. It is from... That's the funk. It's from this guy. This person. World of Zero. I kind of copied it down their script a little bit, but I modified it so that it randomized the rotation for things. But their original idea was to show off that you can modify the individual parts of a Euler, and it will affect the quaternion, and it will change the vector's rotation. So right, hold on. Wait, can I do it while it's doing this? Oh no, it's not gonna listen to me because it's randomized. If I take that portion out, I should just be able to do it myself. Yeah. So now we can adjust rotation. Oh, one of the negatives. Let's go back positive. I'm hoping that this is going to be useful for me understanding exactly how the player character is going to be handling rotation. Because when the player character is going to handle rotation, the Y is also going to be affected. For the most part, I might need to handle this in 2 parts. I've got the spring working, and the spring works around the Y. But now I need it to also... Actually, the spring on top, I think, also works around the X and Z. But the spring at the top works around the X and Z, and the player's rotation for the direction that they're heading works around the Y. That's what it is. So it has to take into account those 2 things. So I need a way to combine those ideas. Apparently, rotation around the Y changes the X and Z values, but that is of the vector itself. Sometimes the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. For dancing? I can turn the music back on, but I'm going to turn it down low. I'm gonna need the music low so that I can think, but it's nice to have it in the background. Although it goes away when I talk. Almost entirely. Excuse me. Actually, maybe not, because if I have the music on, I can't watch any of the videos about learning the math. I did also find a channel called 3 Blue 1 Brown that made this interactive tutorial for Quaternions, which is really cool. It also has this little creature made of the symbol pi up in the corner that tracks your mouse, and it like the eyes go away if you hover over them. It's really fun. But playing around with it's very nice. They have some very good mathematics videos as well. If you're ever looking to learn some sort of complex mathematics. I watched an entire like hour and a half long stream VOD that they had on YouTube for complex numbers, which are like a precursor to Quaternions. From how I understand it, complex numbers describe rotations on a 2D plane, but a Quaternion describes rotation on a 3D plane? Not a plane at that point. On a 3D, in 3 dimensions. It describes rotations in 3 dimensions. So I relearned complex numbers one of those 2 days that I was working on this. To a degree. Complex numbers are hard. But they're also they make sense. Like when he kept talking about things, I was starting to understand them more and more, which is very nice. I'm glad that I haven't lost all of my knowledge, at least. It's just I'm out of practice. I think this forces the sum of all of these values to be 1, if I remember correctly. They can go to +1 or -1. Something there get normalized, I think. I actually don't know what they started off as. Let's send this video back to the beginning.
Quaternions are a 4-dimensional number system.
Also, this is really cool that I don't know how they did this, but this is actually the video. The video is interactive.
Meaning each individual quaternion consists of 4 real number parts, like what you see on the upper left here. And one of the main use cases for quaternions is that they give us a really useful language for describing and for computing orientation and rotations in 3-dimensional space. My goal is for you to come away from this full experience understanding how exactly that works. And in the spirit of getting you playing with things from the start, I want you to start messing with these 4 numbers you see in the upper left. If you're on desktop, you can bring your mouse over them and either scroll while the cursor is hovering over it, or grab it to change it. And if you're on mobile, you can tap to interact. And as you change these numbers, you'll notice a couple of things. First of all, changing them causes the sphere that you're looking at to get reoriented. So this is what we mean when we say a given quaternion corresponds to an orientation in 3D space. And another thing you'll probably notice right away is that as you change one of these numbers, some of the other ones are forced to change as well. This is because the quaternions which describe rotation in 3D space are the unit quaternions, the ones where the sum of the squares of these 4 numbers equals 1. You might also be wondering about this second quaternion written below. And for the moment, I say don't worry about that one too much. In due time, when we understand why quaternion multiplication describes rotation the way it does, you'll know why this second one has to be there. But for this module, my only goal is for you to build an intuition for which quaternions correspond with which rotations. And depending on how brave you are to poke around and see some of what else is lurking within this applet, you might get to
Oh,
a point
right.
where things start looking truly
Right
strange.
up.
And that's because, in some sense, the image I have visually pulled
Four-dimensional.
up here of what seems to be just an innocuous sphere in 3D space is actually part of a much broader context of a four-dimensional hypersphere, which in later modules we're going to come to understand. But for the moment, for the purposes of just building up the intuition on which quaternions give which rotation, you don't need to worry about that. You can just think of this as an ordinary sphere in ordinary 3D space, no added frills or complications. One of the first things you might do to build a little intuition is notice how this sphere changes when you just change the I component to go from 0 up to 1, or if you do the same changing the j component to go from 0 up to 1, and likewise for the k. And if you want, please, by all means, pause my voice and just keep playing with that if you feel like there's good intuition to be built. But a slightly more generalizable way to understand which quaternions give which rotations will involve changing the representation here to a certain angle axis representation. So in this case, the real part is written as the cosine of a certain angle. And you
Oh.
can think of the three imaginary dimensions as representing a certain axis.
That is a much better way of thinking of it, actually. I'm pretty sure in Unity I'm using angle axis. I think I'm converting a quaternion to angle axis, and then I'm using those components. You're not good at math, but you know how to play with balls. Fair, I guess. Player movement is what I'm looking for. You. Just rotation, two angle axis. So what I'm doing here, this function is taking. So quaternions in Unity must be stored like this. They're stored as this function, I guess. I think it's actually a multiplication of this and this. Oh, yeah. Q times P times Q to the power of -1. The pi character reminds me of Clippy. It does look like Clippy. It's a little more, I think it's a little more likable. But it does very much look like Clippy. I'm not sure where the pie creature came from. I only found like their two videos. This is actually the same these are actually the same guys that I watched their complex numbers stream on. Which we might take a trip back to that depending on how much of the information from there I need. I don't know if I actually think there were still like 30 minutes or something left on that stream. I don't think I fully finished it before I needed to go to bed. So Unity must be storing quaternions like this, and then when I call this function two angle axis, rotation degrees and rotation wait, does this say vector? That is a vector. That is a float. So this must be our vector for the angles, and the float must be the degrees, I guess, that are inside of this cosine sine.
Just change the I component to go from 0 up to 1, or if you do the same changing the j component if you feel like there's good intuition to be built. But a slightly more generalizable way to understand which quaternions give which rotations will involve changing
So at
the
least I kind of know which parts I'm looking at.
angle axis representation. So in this case, the real part is written as the cosine of a certain angle. And you can think of the three imaginary dimensions as representing a certain axis in three-dimensional space, just being scaled down by the sine of that angle to make sure that the whole thing is still a unit quaternion. So it's still...
So to kind of jump back to complex numbers a little bit too. This sign here represents, I believe, the imaginary part of all of this. We're getting into imaginary numbers. um, so the way that he explained complex numbers was that if you're looking at a grid, you have a two-dimensional grid. Your x-axis are your real numbers, and then your y-axis is imaginary numbers. And based on those two axes, you can use the imaginary portion of things to determine what your rotations are going to be. You can affect the real numbers
Still just four
in
numbers,
different
where the
ways.
sum of the squares of these numbers is constrained to be 1, but it's written in a different notation. So right now I have that axis set to be fully in the I direction, which you can see with this pink vector coming out of the middle. And what I want you to do is play with this value for the angle. Notice what it does to the sphere, and see if you can predict which angles correspond to which orientations.
Okay, so we've got it completely facing I right now, which I don't actually I haven't looked up his explanation for quaternions entirely. I started watching one of his videos and it linked to this, and I was like, okay, well maybe I should play around with this first. So we'll get I'll go like rewatch his videos in quaternions real quick after I'm done jumping through some of these. But this actually has a whole website, I think, if I remember correctly. I don't want to exit this. This actually, this website here actually has a whole tutorial on quaternions. I think there's another one of these videos that talks about different stuff. But so far, it's helping me come to terms with it. So this should be able to go to negative 360, which would put us... Oh, sorry, it goes to negative 180. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Negative 180 to positive 180 would be a full 360 degrees. And if we're rotating around I right now, bink, bonk. So this is part of the motion that I'm going to have to take into account for the player. Because the player could be here. So this here is going to determine where exactly the player is. This determines where forward will be, I think. It's like if they're behind and pointing up, sorta. I think that's what that's doing right now. Can I lower this? Yeah, okay. So they could be pointing behind and up. That could be forward, if that's the case. Unless I is forward, in which case this angle has to change. Maybe that's not forward. Let's put this back on I. Wait, that's not I. What happened? Oh, it's negative I. That's positive I. Okay. These appear to be like they say that these are the axes, but these I guess are the axes of the actual ball itself. So we're not these aren't the axis of the space that it's in, because these axes are like zy. Where's x? There's x. So these are the axes relative to the ball. The sphere. So if I were to think about this in terms of the character's capsule at the moment, I guess, yeah, I would be the forward vector then, or maybe J would be the forward vector. I guess it depends on how I've got them oriented. That's probably, in order to properly think about how Unity is handling quaternions, that's probably something I need to understand. Is which of these corresponds to the forward vector of the capsule that I'm using for the character? So I can figure that out. I might be able to better understand exactly how things are affecting the quaternion. The whole point at the end of all of this is to be able to, at the very least, debug what is happening to the player so I can figure out what I need to apply to the characters so that it can affect them properly. I need them to be affected in a very specific way, and I want to be able to understand why they are behaving the way they are behaving whenever certain things are applied to them. This is physics, this is calculus. We're getting into some weird stuff here. And I remember like half of it because it's been 6 years since I last took a calculus. Actually, I think it's been 7 years since I last took a calculus class. And that was my first, well, I guess that was calculus 3 technically. But I've only taken the calculus courses once, so. And then I never used it again after that. It's hard to retain that information when you don't know what it is. Okay, so I understand that rotating the angle while I is 1 rotates it around I. That's pretty self-explanatory. And he does tell us later not to worry about this Q down here. So come back to me.
What you notice in doing this is that everything is rotating about the x-axis, which corresponds to the number I. Now, another thing you might have noticed is that there's a certain angle doubling thing that happens here. Notice, when we change this angle from 0 up to 45 degrees, the sphere is actually rotated 90 degrees. And if I push that up to 90 degrees, the sphere has actually rotated 180 degrees. That fact might seem a little bizarre, but it has to do with the idea that there's two quaternion products happening here. One by Q from the left, and one by Q inverse from the right, where in the angle axis representation, you can think of Q inverse just by negating that angle. Just to give a little sneak peek as to why this angle doubling happens, for example, how putting 45 degrees in here gives us a 90-degree rotation. Multiplication by Q corresponds to rotating by 45 degrees, but altering that sphere in a certain way. Multiplying by Q inverse from the right, where with quaternion multiplication, it matters which side you're coming from, involves continuing that rotation, but putting the sphere back in place. Don't worry if that doesn't make sense, I just want to give a little hint about what's going on. So the next thing I want you to do is change this axis by altering the values of either I, J, or K. And as you change one of those values, you'll notice that the other ones change, and the reason for that is to constrain it to always be a unit vector. It has to be the case that the sum of the squares of these three numbers equals 1. So you're playing a sort of continuous whack-a-mole. So go ahead, change that axis in some way, and then notice how the sphere rotates when you then change the angle.
Okay. I'm not sure. I know Unity has a bunch of stuff to sort of handle all of this on its own. Let's put this back down, back up to 1. We'll set this back down to 0. Unity has a bunch of stuff in it so that I don't have to modify quaternions directly, so I won't have to worry about calculating sine and cosine and whatnot. I should just be able to handle the Euler method stuff, and then just via vectors. Although, so part of the problem with handling Euler rotations is that you have what's called gimbal lock, from what I understand, which basically, the way you can visualize that is if you have axis on axis on axis, and you're rotating them inside of each other, Well, once you've rotated one of these, you can't rotate it like this now because you have a gimbal that's locked. Your plane around this way is set here, so you can't rotate it this way now because your plane is only supposed to rotate on this axis. It can't rotate on any other axis. But with Quaternions, you don't have that. Let's change this. Nice, 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 nice. If we were on a plane, I would call this 45 degrees, but we aren't, so I won't, because that would be silly. Oh wait, I have to go down. Adjusting these values is going to be interesting. What I want to know is how do they do the conversion from here to here? I think that's pretty interesting. I know this is always 1. If I change that to 71, 71, can I see that reflected here? It looks like I can. Okay, I see. They've color coordinated some things here. Okay. So this number here controls our rotation around the eye. This number here controls our rotation around the J. Okay, so this x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis, which is interesting that z is vertical, actually. I'm so used to y being vertical. And then this is our angle of rotation around that axis. So this is, I think this is responding to whichever one I've last clicked. That seems to be the case. So if I adjust this, if this is 70, we'll make this 30. I want to see what that does. Here. 17. Okay, what if I want this to be 45? 71, 71. Wait, but 71 plus 71 isn't... This whole thing has to be 1. I think this whole function has to resolve as 1.
Way, and then notice how the sphere rotates when you then change the angle. What you'll notice, and maybe this is what you'd expect, is that the values for I, J, and K determine the axis of rotation. As before, you have an angle doubling that goes on, so scrolling from 0 up to 180 degrees rotates the sphere a full 360 degrees. feel free to stick around here if you think there's more to be done to build some more intuition. Otherwise, to move on, go ahead and exit out of this module.
If I remember correctly, these guys did their videos were done sort of around lockdown time here in the Americas. Four years ago. Yeah, this is 2020. Oh, that's why I realized it. It's called Lockdown Live. Yeah, that makes sense. Where are their? I know they have a couple Quaternion videos. Quaternion. All right, let's see here. Visualizing Quaternions with stereographic projection. There's another person here called Covenant Turtle. Numberphile also talks about it. If you're unfamiliar with their videos, they've got a lot of logic stuff. They've also got Computerphile, if I remember correctly, which talks about computational stuff. Should I continue with this? This is a bit longer, so let's start out with one of these. Actually, we'll come back to this. I think this is going to wait, is this the same thing?
I'll point you to a separate website hosting a short sequence of what we're calling explorable videos. It was done in collaboration with Ben Eder, who some of you may know as that guy who runs the Excellent Computer Engineering channel. And if you don't know who he is, viewers of this channel would certainly enjoy the content of his, so do check it out. This collaboration was something a little different though, for both of us. And all of the web development that made these explorable videos possible is completely thanks to Ben. I don't want to say too much about it here, it's really something you have to experience for yourself. Certainly one of the coolest projects I've had the pleasure of working on. Before that though, if you can contain your excitement, I want to use this video as a chance to tee things up with a little bit of surrounding context. So, to set the stage, last video I described quaternions, a certain four-dimensional number system that the 19th century versions of Wolverine and the Old Man from Home Alone called evil for how convoluted it seemed at the time. And perhaps you too are wondering why on earth anyone would bother with such an alien-seeming number system. Well, one of the big reasons, especially for programmers, is that they give a really nice way for describing 3D orientation, which is not susceptible to the bugs and edge cases of other methods. I mean, they're interesting mathematically for a lot of reasons, but this application for computer graphics and robotics and virtual reality and anything involving 3D orientation is probably the biggest use case for quaternions. To take one example, a friend of mine who used to work at Apple, Andy Matuszczak, delighted in telling me about shipping code to hundreds of millions of devices that uses quaternions to track the phone's model for how it's oriented in space. That's right, your phone almost certainly has software running somewhere inside of it that relies on quaternions. The thing is, there are other ways to think about computing rotations, many of which are way simpler to think about than quaternions. For example, any of you familiar with linear algebra will know that 3x3 matrices can really nicely describe 3D transformations. And a common way that many programmers think about constructing a rotation matrix for a desired orientation is to imagine rotating an object around three easy-to-think-about axes, where the relevant angles
This is where the gimbal lock comes in.
called Euler angles. And this mostly works, but one big problem is that it's vulnerable to something called gimbal lock, where when two of your axes of rotation get lined up, you lose a degree of freedom. And it can also cause difficulties and ambiguities when trying to interpolate between two separate orientations. If you're curious for more of the details, there are many great sources online for learning about Euler angles and gimbal lock, and I've left links in the description to a few of them. Not only do quaternions avoid issues like gimbal lock, they give a really seamless way to interpolate between two three-dimensional orientations, one which lacks the ambiguities of Euler angles, and which avoids the issues of numerical precision and normalization that arise in trying to interpolate between two rotation matrices. To warm up to the idea of how multiplication in some higher dimensional number system might be used to compute rotations, take a moment to remember how it is that complex numbers give a slick method for computing 2D rotations. Specifically, let's say you have some point in two-dimensional space, like 4, 1, and you want to know that
This, by the way, was the point. I found this video, and this was the point that I was like, maybe I should go learn how complex numbers work.
the new coordinates you'd get if you rotate this point 30 degrees around the origin. Complex numbers give sort of a snazzy way to do this. You take the complex number that's 30 degrees off the horizontal with magnitude 1, cosine 30 degrees plus sine of 30 degrees times I, and then you just multiply this by your point, represented as a complex number. The only rule you need to know to carry out this computation is that I squared equals -1. And then, in what might feel like a bit of black magic to those first learning it, carrying out this product from that one simple rule gives the coordinates of a new point, the point rotated 30 degrees from the original. Using quaternions to describe 3D rotations is similar, though the look and feel is slightly different. Let's say you want to rotate some angle about some axis. You first define that axis with a unit vector, which we'll write as having I, j, and k components, normalized so that the sum of the squares of those components is 1. Similar to the case of complex numbers, you use the angle to
some of the
construct a quaternion
squares.
by taking cosine of that angle as the real part, plus sine of that angle times an imaginary part. Except this time, the imaginary part has 3 components, the coordinates of our axis of rotation. Well, actually, you take half of the angle, which might feel totally arbitrary, but hopefully that's going to make some sense by the end of this whole experience. Now let's say you have some 3D point, which we'll write with I, j, k components, and you want to know the coordinates that you'd get when you rotate this point by your specified angle around your specified axis. What you do is not just a single quaternion product, but a sort of quaternion sandwich, where you multiply by q from the left and the inverse of q from the right. If you know the rules for how I, j, and k multiply amongst themselves, you can carry out these two products by expanding everything out, or more realistically by having a computer do it for you. And, in what might feel like a bit of black magic, this big computation will return for you the rotated version of the point. Our goal is to break this down and visualize what's happening with each of these two products. I'll review the method for thinking about quaternion multiplication described last video, and explain why half the angle is used, and why you would multiply from the right by the inverse. On the screen now, and at the top of the description, you'll find a link to eater.net/quaternions, which is where Ben set up the explorable video tutorial, where I explain what's going on with this rotation computation. It's just really cool. Eater did something awesome here, so at the very least, just take a couple minutes to go look at it, but I'd love it if you went through the full experience.
That's the website I'm using. It's handy. We'll go back to that later.
What you're looking at right now is something called quaternion multiplication. Or rather, you're looking at a certain representation of a specific motion happening on a 4-dimensional sphere being represented in our 3-dimensional space, one which you'll understand by the end of this video. Quaternions are an absolutely fascinating and often underappreciated number system
Oh yeah, we're learning quaternions, Vinny.
from math. Just as complex numbers are a 2-dimensional extension of the real numbers, quaternions are a 4-dimensional extension of complex numbers. But they're not just playful mathematical shenanigans. They have a surprisingly pragmatic utility for describing rotation in 3 dimensions, and even for quantum mechanics. The story of their discovery is also quite famous in math. The Irish mathematician William Rowan Hamilton spent much of his life seeking a 3-dimensional number system, analogous to the complex numbers. And as the story goes, his son would ask him every morning whether or not he had figured out how to divide triples, and he would always say, "No, not yet." But on October 16th, 1843, while crossing the Broom Bridge in Dublin, he realized, with a supposed flash of insight, that what he needed was not to add a single dimension to the complex numbers, but to add 2 more imaginary dimensions, 3 imaginary dimensions describing space, and the real numbers, sitting perpendicular to that in some kind of 4th dimension. He carved the crucial equation describing these 3 imaginary units into the bridge, which today bears a plaque in his honor showing that equation. Now, you have to understand, our modern notion of vectors with their dot product and the cross product and things like that didn't really exist in Hamilton's time, at least not in a standardized form. So after his discovery, he pushed hard for quaternions to be the primary language with which we teach students to describe 3-dimensional space, even forming an official quaternion society to proselytize his discovery. Now, unfortunately, this was balanced with mathematicians on the other side of the fence, who believed that the confusing notion of quaternion multiplication was not necessary for describing 3 dimensions, resulting in some truly hilarious old-timey trash talk legitimately calling them evil. It's even believed that the Mad Hatter scene from Alice in Wonderland, whose author you may know was an Oxford mathematician, was written in reference to quaternions, that the chaotic table placement changes were mocking their multiplication, and that certain quotes were referencing their non-commutative nature. Fast forward about a century, and the computing industry gave quaternions a resurgence among programmers who work with graphics and robotics and anything involving orientation in 3D space. And this is because they give an elegant way to describe and to compute 3D rotations, which is computationally more efficient than other methods, and which also avoids a lot of the numerical errors that arise in these other methods. The 20th century also brought quaternions some more love from a completely different direction, quantum mechanics. You see, the special actions that quaternions describe in 4 dimensions are actually quite relevant to the way that 2-state systems, like spin of an electron or the polarization of a photon, are described mathematically. What I'll show you here is a way to visualize quaternions in their full 4-dimensional glory. It would surprise me if this approach was fully original, but I can say that it's certainly not the standard way to teach quaternions, and that the specific 4-dimensional right-hand rule image that I'd like to build up to is something that I haven't really seen elsewhere.
Wait, isn't the right-hand rule in magnetics? That's a physics thing. I remember the right-hand rule from physics. There were 2 of them. Because one of them you make the axes with your hand. And that was supposed to, like, your thumb pointing was supposed to determine, like, the axis that you're supposed to use. But in this one, I think it was like your thumb points on the axis that you're supposed to be working on, and your hand, whichever way your hand curves, was supposed to be the direction of the flow of energy. I didn't have a great physics teacher, unfortunately. I kind of want to take a physics class again so that I can actually learn physics. It was magnetic field? Okay.
Building up an understanding for this visual will take us meaningful time, but once you have it, there is a very natural and satisfying intuition for how to think about quaternion multiplication. It won't be until the next video that...
Wait, so if that... Based on what he's talking about with that, then this is going to... The right-hand rule is going to correlate to probably increasing a value of part of the quaternion. You'll point a direction of whatever axis that value is supposed to represent, and if you increase that number by a positive, then it probably rotates the direction that your hand curves.
I show you how
that's my guess.
Quaternions describe orientation in 3 dimensions, which is, for some people, the whole reason we care about it. But once we're able to go at it armed with the image of what they're doing to a 4D hypersphere, there's a pleasing understanding to be had for the otherwise opaque formulas characterizing this relationship. The structure here will be to start by imagining teaching complex numbers to someone who only understands 1 dimension, then describing 3D rotations to someone who only understands 2 dimensions, and ultimately to represent what quaternions are doing up in 4 dimensions within the constraints of our 3D space. Our first character is Linus the Linelander, whose mind can only grasp the 1-dimensional geometry of lines and the algebra of real numbers. Okay. We're going to try to describe complex numbers to Linus, and it's really important for you to empathize with him as much as you can during this, because in a few minutes, you're going to be in his shoes. On the one hand, you could define complex numbers purely algebraically. You say each one is expressed as some real number plus some other real number times I, where I is a newly invented constant whose defining property is that I times I equals -1. Then you say to Linus, to multiply two complex numbers, you just use the distributive property, what many people learn in school as FOIL, and you apply this rule that I times I equals -1 to simplify things down further. And that's fine, that totally works, and the standard textbook way to introduce quaternions is analogous to this, showing the algebraic rules and calling it done. But I think something is missing if we don't at least try to show Linus the geometry of complex numbers and what complex multiplication looks like, since the problems in math and physics where complex numbers are shockingly useful often leverage this spatial intuition. You and I, who understand two dimensions, might think of it like this. When you multiply two complex numbers, z times w, you can think of z as a sort of function acting on w, rotating and stretching it in some way. I like to think of this by broadening the view and asking, what does z do to the entire plane? And you can think of that bird's eye view action by imagining using one hand to fix the number 0 in place, and using another hand to drag the point at 1 up to z, since anything times 0 is 0, and anything times 1 is itself. And in two dimensions, there is one.
Oh, so that's how the multiplication works then.
On the plane that'll do this. This is also how I'll have you thinking about quaternion multiplication later on, where the number on the left acts as a kind of function to the one on the right. And
you did mention, I've seen a couple people mention that the order in which you perform the multiplication matters for these, and that makes sense now, I guess. One of them is it's affecting one by the other if in that multiplication. Which I guess makes sense because those z isn't just like a number, it's a complex number, I guess.
We'll understand this function by seeing how it acts by
basically its own function.
Although instead of rotating 2D space, it does a sort of double rotation in 4D space. By the way, if you want to review thinking about complex numbers as a kind of action, a good warm-up for this video might be the one I did on e to the pi I, explained with introductory group theory. Now, Linus the Linelander is pretty comfortable with the idea of stretching. That's what multiplication by real numbers looks like. Maybe it's a little weird for him to think about stretching in multiple dimensions, but it's not fundamentally different. The difficult thing to communicate to Linus is rotation. Specifically, focus on the unit circle of the complex plane, all the numbers a distance 1 from 0, since multiplication by these numbers corresponds to pure rotation. How would you explain to Linus the look and the feel of multiplying by these numbers? At first, that might seem impossible. I mean, rotation is just such an intrinsically two-dimensional idea. But, on the other hand, rotation involves only one degree of freedom. A single number, the angle, specifies a given rotation uniquely. So, in principle, it should be possible to associate the set of all rotations to the one-dimensional continuum that is Linus's world. And there are many ways you could do this, but the one I'm going to show you is what's called a stereographic projection. It's a special way to map a circle onto a line, or a sphere into a plane, or even a 4D hypersphere into 3D space. For every point on the unit circle, draw a line from -1 through that point, and wherever it intersects the vertical line through the circle's center, that's where the point of the circle gets projected. So, for example, the point at 1 gets projected into the center of the line. The point I actually stays fixed in place, as does -I. All of the points on that 90-degree arc between 1 and I will get projected somewhere in the interval between where 1 landed and where I landed. As you continue farther around the circle on the arc between I and -1, the projected points end up farther and farther away at an increasing rate. Similarly, if you come around the other way towards -1, the projected points end up farther and farther on the other end of the line. This line of projected points is what we show to Linus, labeling a few key points, like 1 and I and -1 all for reference. Technically, the point at -1 has no projection under this map, since the tangent line to the circle
radians,
never crosses the vertical line. But what we say is that -1 ends up at the point at infinity. This is a special point you imagine adding to the line, where you would approach it if you walk infinitely far along the line in either direction. Now it's important to remember, and to remind Linus, that what he's seeing is only the complex numbers that are a distance 1 from the origin, the unit circle. Linus doesn't see most numbers, like 0 or 1 plus I or -2 minus I, but that's okay, because right now we just want to describe complex number z, where multiplying by z has the effect of a pure rotation, so he only needs to understand the unit circle. For example, when we take the number I and multiply it by any other complex number w, the effect is to rotate by 90 degrees counterclockwise. And when we apply this action to the circle being projected down to the line for Linus, what does he see? Well, it's a bit of a strange morphing action on the line, one which I want you to become familiar with for something we'll see later on. It's easiest to understand by following a few key reference points. I times 1 is I, so that means the number 1 should move up to I. I times I is -1, so the point at I slides off to infinity. I times -1 is equal to -I, so that point at infinity kind of comes back around from the bottom to the position 1 unit below the center. And I times -I is 1, so that point at -I slides up to 1. Even though this is kind of a weird motion, it lets us communicate some important ideas to Linus. For example, multiplying by I 4 times, which corresponds to rotating by 90 degrees 4 times in a row, gets us back to where we started. I to the 4th equals 1. Here, to get more of a feel for things, let me just show the circle rotated at various different angles. On both the left and the right half of the screen here, I'm putting a hand on the point that started at the number 1 to help us and to help Linus keep track of the overall motion. Next, let's introduce Flatlander, who only understands two-dimensional geometry. Imagine trying to explain rotations of a sphere to Felix. In the spirit of transitioning from complex numbers to quaternions, let's extend the complex numbers with its horizontal axis of real numbers and its vertical axis of imaginary numbers with a third axis, defined by some newly invented constant, j, sitting 1 unit away from 0, perpendicular to the complex plane. Instead of having this new axis in the z direction, like you might expect, for a better analogy with how we'll visualize quaternions, we'll want to orient things so that the I and the j axes sit in the x and the y directions, with the real number line aligned along the z direction. So every point in 3D space is described as some real number plus some real number times I plus some real number times j. As it happens, it's not possible to define a notion of multiplication for a 3D number system like this that would satisfy the usual algebraic properties that make multiplication a useful construct. Perhaps I'll outline why this is the case in a follow-on video, but staying focused on our current goal, think about describing 3D rotations in this coordinate system to Felix the Flatlander. The unit sphere consists of all those numbers which are a distance 1 from 0 at the origin, meaning the sum of the squares of their coordinates is 1. We can't show all of 3D space to Felix, but what we can do is project this 2D surface to him and give him a feel for what reorientations of the sphere look like under that projection. Analogous to what we did before, stereographic projection will associate almost every point on the unit sphere with a unique point on the horizontal plane defined by the I and the j axes. For each point on the sphere, draw a line from -1 at the South Pole through that point and see where it intersects the plane. So the point 1 at the North Pole ends up at the center of the plane. All of the points of the Northern Hemisphere get mapped somewhere inside the unit circle of the ij plane. And that unit circle, which passes through ij, -I, and -j, actually stays fixed in place. And that's an important point to make note of. Even though most points and lines and patches that Felix the Flatlander sees are going to be warped projections of the real sphere, this unit circle is the one thing that he has which is an honest part of our unit sphere, unaltered by projection. All of the points in the southern hemisphere get projected outside that unit circle, each getting farther and farther away as you approach -1 at the South Pole. And again, -1 has no projection under this mapping, but what we say is that it ends up at some point at infinity. That point at infinity is something such that no matter which direction you walk on the plane, as you go infinitely far out, you'll be approaching that point. It's analogous to how if you walk any direction away from the North Pole, you're approaching the South Pole. Now let me just pull up a view of what Felix sees in 2 dimensions. As I rotate the sphere in various ways, the lines of latitude and longitude drawn on that sphere get projected into various circles and lines in Felix's space. And the way I've done things up here, the checkerboard pattern on the surface of the sphere, is accurately reflected in the projected view that you see with Felix. And the pink dot represents where the point that started at the North Pole ends up after the rotation. And that yellow circle represents where the equator ended up after the projection. The more you put yourself in Felix's shoes right now, the easier Quaternions will be in a moment. And as with Linus, it helps to focus on a few key reference objects rather than trying to see the whole sphere. This circle, passing through 1, I, -1, and -I, gets mapped onto a line which Felix sees as the horizontal axis. It's important to remind Felix that what he sees is not the same thing as the I-axis. Remember, we're only projecting the numbers that have a distance 1 from the origin, so most points on the actual I-axis, like 0 and 2i and 3i, etc., are completely invisible to Felix. Similarly, the circle that passes through 1, j, -1, and -j gets projected onto what he sees as a vertical line. And in general, any line that Felix sees comes from some circle on the sphere that passes through -1. In some sense, a line is just a circle that passes through the point at infinity. Now think about what Felix sees as...
I had some ideas that they were talking about 4-dimensional stuff based on what I had seen with Quaternions, but I didn't know that they were going to start explaining it in 4 dimensions in some of these videos. I guess it is helpful to see how it affects things in 4 dimensions, but I know I've been silent the whole time, but it's also because I'm trying to internalize a lot of this. Now, I probably don't entirely need to know everything about Quaternions in order to get this to work, but I feel like it would be helpful, and also probably need to know it for the future anyway. It's an interesting video. I agree. Three blue, one brown so far has been very helpful in recovering my mathematical knowledge. These guys are pretty neat. Hold on, have they made anything recently? I think they're still uploading things. Yeah. Harvey Mudd commencement speech. I think the main guy that speaks, he actually hasn't shown his face yet. This guy. This is the main guy that speaks. He's I think he might be a professor. He doesn't actually say. Maybe he was a professor if he is not currently. He's at the very least a mathematician, obviously.
We rotate the sphere. A 90-degree rotation about the j-axis brings 1 to I to -1, -1 to -I, and -I to 1. So what Felix the Flatlander sees is an extension of the rotation that Linus the Linelander was seeing. Notice also that this action rotates the ij unit circle to the position where the 1j unit circle used to be. So what Felix sees is his yellow unit circle getting transformed into a vertical line, while that red vertical line gets transformed into the unit circle. Of course, from our perspective, we know this is all just rigid motion. No actual stretching or morphing is taking place. All of that is just an artifact of the projection. Similarly, a rotation about the I-axis involves moving 1 to j, j to -1, -1 to -j, and -j to 1. This rotation turns the ij unit circle into the 1i unit circle, which to Felix looks like the unit circle getting transformed into a horizontal line. A rotation about the real axis is actually quite easy for Felix to understand, since the whole projection simply gets rotated about the origin, where the only points staying fixed in place are 1 at the origin and -1 off at infinity. In the same way that the complex numbers included the real numbers with a single extra quote-unquote imaginary dimension, represented by the unit I, and that the not actually a number system thing we had in 3 dimensions included a second imaginary direction, j, the quaternions include the real numbers together with 3 separate imaginary dimensions, represented by the units I, j, and k. Each of these 3 imaginary dimensions is perpendicular to the real number line, and they're all perpendicular to each other somehow. So, in the same way that complex numbers are represented as a pair of real numbers, each quaternion can be written using 4 real numbers, and it lives in 4-dimensional space. You often think of this as being broken up into a real or scalar part, and then a 3D imaginary part. And Hamilton used a special word for quaternions that had no real part and just ijk components, a word which was previously somewhat foreign in the lingo of math and physics: vector. On the one hand, you could just define quaternion multiplication by giving the rules for how I, j, and k multiply together, and saying that everything must distribute nicely.
Oh, are those interesting? Okay. So the order of things here. I know the order matters in a lot of this. ij is equal to -ji, which is equal to k. But that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're squared. Are those all the properties of these?
This is analogous to defining complex multiplication by saying that I times I.
Sorry for pausing. I'm reading. Okay, so he's just done distribution for this. But he's separated out the IJK. I see it. And then he's going to probably use those properties to simplify this.
Is -1, and then distributing and simplifying products. And indeed, this is how you would tell a computer to perform quaternion multiplication, and the relative compactness of this operation, compared to, say, matrix multiplication, is what's made quaternion so useful for graphics programming and many other things. There's also a rather elegant form of this multiplication rule written in terms of the dot product and the cross product, and in some sense, quaternion multiplication subsumes both of these notions, at least as they appear in 3 dimensions.
God, I forgot about cross products.
But just as a deeper understanding for complex multiplication comes from understanding its
versus dot products.
That multiplying by a complex number involves a combination of scaling and rotating, you and I are here for the 4-dimensional geometry of quaternion multiplication. And just as the magnitude of a complex number, its distance from 0, is the square root of the sum of the squares of its component, that same operation gives you the magnitude of a quaternion. And multiplying one quaternion, Q1, by another, Q2, has the effect of scaling Q2 by the magnitude of Q1, followed by a very special type of rotation in 4 dimensions. And those special 4D rotations, the heart of what we need to understand, correspond to the hypersphere of quaternions, a distance 1 from the origin, both in the sense that the quaternions whose multiplying action is a pure rotation live on that hypersphere, and in the sense that we can understand this weird 4D action just by following points on the hypersphere, rather than trying to look at all of the points in the inconceivable stretches of 4-dimensional space. Analogous to what we did for Linus and Felix, we stereographically project this hypersphere into 3D space. This label in the upper right is going to show a given unit quaternion, and this little pink dot will show where that particular quaternion gets projected in our 3D space. Just as before, we're projecting from the number -1, which sits on the real number line that is somehow perpendicular to all of our 3D space and beyond our perception. Just as before, the number 1 ends up projected straight into the center of our space. And in the same way that I and -I were fixed in place for Linus, and that the ij unit circle was fixed in place for Felix, we get a whole sphere passing through ij and k on that unit hypersphere, which stays in place under the projection. So what we see as a unit sphere in our 3D space represents the only unaltered part of the hypersphere of quaternions getting projected down onto us. It's something analogous to the equator of a 3D sphere, and it represents all of the unit quaternions whose real part is 0, what Hamilton would have described as unit vectors. The unit quaternions with positive real parts, between 0 and 1, end up somewhere inside this unit sphere, closer to the number 1 in our 3D space, which should feel analogous to how the northern hemisphere got mapped inside the unit circle for Felix. On the other hand, all the unit quaternions with negative real part end up somewhere outside that unit sphere. The number -1 is sitting off at the point at infinity, which you can easily find by walking in any direction. Keep in mind, even though we see the projection of some of these quaternions as being closer or farther from the origin of our 3D space, everything you're looking at represents a unit quaternion. So everything you're looking at really has the same magnitude, the same distance from the number 0. And that number 0 itself is nowhere to be found in this picture. Like all other non-unit quaternions, it's invisible to us. In the same way that for Felix, the circle passing through 1, I, -1, and -I got projected into a line through the origin, when we see this line through the origin passing through I and -I, we should understand that it really represents a circle. Likewise, up on the hypersphere, invisible to us, there is a unit sphere passing through 1, I, j, -1, -I, and -j. And that whole sphere gets projected into the plane that we see passing through 1, I, -I, j, -j, and -1 off at infinity, what you and I might call the xy plane. In general, any plane that you see here really represents the projection of a sphere somewhere up on the hypersphere which passes through the number -1. Now the action of taking a unit quaternion and multiplying it by any other quaternion from the left can be thought of in terms of two separate 2D rotations happening perpendicular to and in sync with each other in a way that could only ever be possible in 4 dimensions. As a first example, let's look at multiplication by I. We already know what this does to the circle that passes through 1 and I, which we see as a line.
Stretch it.
1 goes to I goes to -1 off at infinity, -1 comes back around to -I, and -I goes to 1. Remember, just like what Linus saw, all of this is the stereographic projection of a 90-degree rotation. Now look at the circle passing through j and k, which is in a sense perpendicular to the circle passing through 1 and I. Now it might feel weird to talk about two circles being perpendicular to each other, especially when they have the same center, the same radius, and they don't touch each other at all, but nothing could be more natural in 4 dimensions. You can think of the action of I on this perpendicular circle as obeying a certain right-hand rule. If you'll excuse the intrusion of my ghostly green screen hand into our otherwise pristine platonic mathematical stage, let that thumb of your right hand point from the number 1 to I, and you curl your fingers. The JK circle will rotate in the direction of that curl. How much? Well, by the same amount as the 1I circle rotates, which is 90 degrees in this case. This is what I meant by two rotations perpendicular to and in sync with each other. So J goes to K goes to -J, -J goes to -K, and -K goes to J. This gives us a little table for what the number I does to the other quaternions. But I want this not to be something that you memorize, but something that you could close your eyes and you could really see. Computationally, if you know what a quaternion does to the numbers 1, I, j, and k, you know what it does to any arbitrary quaternion, since multiplication distributes nicely. In the language of linear algebra, 1, I, j, and k form a basis of our 4-dimensional space, so knowing what our transformation does to them gives us the full information about what it does to all of space. Geometrically, a 4-dimensional creature would be able to look at those two perpendicular rotations that I just described and understand that they lock you into one and only one rigid motion for the hypersphere. We might lack the intuitions of such a hypothetical creature, but we can maybe try to get close. Here's what the action of repeatedly multiplying by I looks like on our stereographic projection of the ijk sphere. It gets rotated into what we see as a plane, then gets rotated further back to where it used to be, though the orientation is all reversed now. Then it gets rotated again into what we see as a plane, and after the fourth iteration, it ends up right back where it started. As another example, think of a quaternion like q equals negative square root of 2 over 2 plus square root of 2 over 2 times I, which, if we pull up a picture of a complex plane, is a 135-degree rotation away from 1 in the direction of I. Under our projection, we see this along the line from 1 to I, somewhere outside the unit sphere. If that sounds weird, just remember how Linus would have seen this same number. The action of multiplying this q by all other quaternions will look to us like dragging the point at 1 all the way to this projected version of q, while the jk circle gets rotated 135 degrees, according to our right.
It kind of looks like it kind of looks like you've got a string attached to one side of the circle, or of the the inside of the sphere, and you pull it. So it pulls that point with it, and it causes everything else to balloon out around it and try to wrap back around.
Multiplication by any other quaternion is completely similar. For example, let's see what it looks like for j to act on other quaternions by multiplication from the left. The circle through 1,
which I guess is exactly what's happening.
Projected as a line through the origin, gets rotated 90 degrees, dragging 1 up to j. So j times 1 is 1, and j times j is negative 1. The circle perpendicular to that one, passing through I and k, gets rotated 90 degrees according to this right-hand rule, where you point your thumb from 1 to j. So j times I is negative k, and j times k is I. In general, for any other unit quaternion you see somewhere in space, start by drawing the unit circle passing through 1, q, and negative 1, which we see in our projection as a line through the origin. Then draw the circle perpendicular to that one on what we see as the unit sphere. You rotate the first circle so that 1 ends up where q was, and rotate the perpendicular circle by the same amount according to the right-hand rule.
I don't know if he's going to talk about it, but I do see how the rotation kind of works like that now with the when you do the negative quaternion coming back in from the other side to basically fix the sphere. So it would shrink it back down in its current state. It would shrink all of this back down from this side in, but your points have changed. So this is the rotation. But it has to do it through this like wraparound motion.
One thing worth noticing here is that order of multiplication matters. It's not, as mathematicians would say, commutative. For example, I times j is k, which you might think of in terms of I acting on the quaternion j, rotating it up to k. But if you think of j as acting on I, j times I, it rotates I to negative k. In fact, commutativity, this ability to swap the order of multiplication, is a way more special property than a lot of people realize. And most groups of actions on some space don't have it. It's like how in solving a Rubik's Cube, order matters a lot. Or how rotating a cube about the z-axis and then about the x-axis gives a different final state from rotating it about the x-axis then about the z-axis. And last, as one final but rather important point, so far I've shown you how to think about quaternions as acting by left multiplication, where when you read an expression like I times j, you think of I as a kind of function morphing all of space, and j is just one of the points that it's acting on. But you can also think of them as a different sort of action, by multiplying from the right, where in this expression, j would be acting on I. In that case, the rule for multiplication is very similar. It's still the case that 1 goes to j and j goes to -1, etc. But instead of applying the right-hand rule to the circle perpendicular to the 1j circle, you would use your left hand. So either way, I times j is equal to k. But you can either think about this with your right hand curling the number j to the number k as your thumb points from 1 to I, or as your left hand curling I to k as its thumb points from 1 to j. Understanding this left-hand rule for multiplication from the other side will be extremely useful for understanding how unit quaternions describe rotation in 3 dimensions. And so far, it's probably
Yeah, they're
not
like
clear
squishing
how
it.
exactly quaternions do describe 3D rotation. I mean, if you consider one of these actions on the unit sphere, passing through I, j, and k, it doesn't leave that sphere in place. It morphs it out of position. So the way that this works is slightly more complicated than a single quaternion product. It involves a process called conjugation, and I'll make a full follow-on video all about it so that we have the time to go through some examples. In the meantime, for more information on the story of quaternions and their relation to orientation...
It's a 30-minute video, Jesus.
Quanta, a mathematical publication I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with, just put out a post in a kind of loose conjunction with this video. Link in the description. If you enjoyed this, consider sharing it with some friends. And if you felt like the narrative structure here was actually helpful for understanding, maybe reassure those friends who would be turned off by a large timestamp that good math is actually worth the time. And many thanks to the patrons among you. I actually spent way longer than I care to admit on this project, so your patience and support is especially appreciated this time around.
So they didn't actually... What did he call it? He did... What did he call that?
Information on the story of quaternion.
Conjunction.
I'm sure a lot of you are familiar. Orientation in 3D space. For more information on the story of quaternions and their relation to orientation in 3D space, Quanta, a mathematical, involves a process called conjugation. And I'll make a full follow-on video.
Okay, so there might be a conjugation video then that I can go look at. I think I understand a bit now about stereograph. It does make a lot more sense. I think I've seen animations of the 3D one. Yeah. I think I've seen animations of the 2D like circle morphing around, or the projection of the sphere morphing around, and I think I've also seen the 4D hypersphere being projected into a 3D sphere before, and it like stretching around and whatever. But I've never really known what that was about until now. Now it makes sense, and I kind of know how it works. Whoops. Hello, Unity. Not exactly what I was looking for. It's really neat. I think, are they all called stereographs? Or is it just the 4D to 3D that's a stereograph? I think they're all called stereographs. Well, maybe not. If 4D to 3D is a stereograph, then I feel like 3D to 2D would be like a monograph or something like that. Let's go in. I is the only complex unit. JK. Alright. Conjugation. I feel like I'm getting a better understanding about how all of this works together. So in order to kind of visualize what axis I need to find out what axis my player character is going to be rotating around. If I can figure out how to project the axis that they're rotating around, then I can also figure out how to put that axis in the right place when I need it to be there. I can figure out what I need to affect, what I need to apply to affect it in the ways that I want it to be affected. Because I think right now I'm applying the force as one of the vectors, and I think that's messing things up when I need to be using the force probably to adjust the vector of the axis that is being affected on the capsule. And if I do that, maybe it'll be in the right position, but I don't know yet. It'll be easier to figure out though, I think. It also seems that the 4D one you're finding where the JK plane intersects a sphere. Finding where the JK plane intersects a sphere with a center point is. Hold on. I'm still trying to process like both halves of this. I understand the JK plane portion. Because that makes sense. It like balloons out, turns into a plane, then comes back around in. The center point along I. Oh, yes. Okay. Okay. Because that's visualized as the line, the string being pulled. Yeah, it's oh, you're talking about actually making the projection itself. You know what? I don't know why my chat's fading out. I forgot about that. I wanted to keep my chat not fading out on this. I need to make two separate bots or two separate chats. Well, so I can have one that doesn't fade out and one that does. Sometimes I want it to be there and sometimes I don't. In this one, I have empty space below me. Yeah, so it's from the way that he described it, the northern hemisphere of your sphere. Wait, no, that was. I'm thinking of 3D to 2D. There's one axis that we can't see. And I guess that axis determines which direction it's going to balloon in, really. But yeah, so I guess you pull it through that axis, and it goes to infinity. It sends that point to infinity, so your sphere scales, and then once it hits infinity, it is a plane, and then it wraps back around to negative infinity, and then comes back down, or negative whatever your axis is, I guess, negative I, negative J. So if your real number is 0 and you're just messing with it, then it's IJK. Exactly. But otherwise, it's some combination of IJK. I actually need to take a quick break. So I will be back in just a second. I'll toss the music back on while I'm gone. A brief funk break. I'll be back in a second. I have fresh water. I've topped off my tea. I'm ready to get back to learning about 4 dimensions. So you mentioned conjugation. Let me double check that was actually the word that he said.
K. But you can either think about this I, or as your left hand curling I to K, as its thumb points from 1 to J. Understanding this left-hand rule for multiplication from the other side will be extremely useful for understanding how unit quaternions describe rotation in 3 dimensions. And so far, it's probably not clear how exactly quaternions do describe 3D rotation. I mean, if you consider one of these actions on the unit sphere, passing through I, J, and K, it doesn't leave that sphere in place. It morphs it out of position. So the way that this works is slightly more complicated than a single quaternion product. It involves a process called conjugation, and I'll make a full...
Conjugation. Got it. Good. Yes. Always sneaking, stabbing. Alright, so let's do quaternions. Conjugation. Let's see if he's got a video on that. Unless this is when it was explained interactively. Talks about Euler angles. We already saw this though. Why does it say I've watched this video before? I have never seen this video. YouTube, you're drunk. Unless maybe I might have accidentally put it on and like forgot about it. It says I've watched this one too. I've never seen this one. The hell? I don't know what's wrong with YouTube. Spinners. Let's hold on. I still have this page. Here we're just looking at the what before the how and the why. Okay. So this isn't actually explaining the how and the why. Double cover. Maybe this will explain it?
So just to give you a little more concrete challenge, I want you to find for me which quaternion corresponds to a 270-degree turn around the z-axis, okay? So 3/4 of a turn around the z-axis.
Jeez, you're
let's say
asking a lot.
in the counterclockwise direction as you face it from above.
As I stop panning the camera, you dingus. 270?
Around the z-axis. Find for me which quaternion corresponds to a 270-degree turn around the z-axis, okay?
270, okay. IJK is the z-axis, so boink. 270. Oh wait, 270 isn't exactly 270, is it? So it'd be 180 is where it ends. And then it wraps back around to the negative side of things. Does it actually hit negative 180, or is it... Hang on, let me lower my sensitivity. Or is it 179 and then negative 179? Okay, it does hit 180. So this on the hypersphere is when it's a plane. And then it wraps back around. Be 135? Negative 90 would be 270, I think.
So 3/4 of a turn around the z-axis, let's say in the counterclockwise direction as you face it from above.
Oh, wait, hold on. Boink. Boink. 135. That would be a 270 degree. That's right, because I have to counteract.
All right, so the way you do this is first set the axis to be fully in the z direction. So the k value is 1, but the I and j values are 0.
He must be
And then
scrolling
we
his.
alter our angle here, bringing it up to 45 degrees, gives us a quarter turn. Changing the angle up to 90 degrees gives us a half turn. So it's when you change it all the way up to 135 degrees that we have 3/4 of a turn. So rotating the sphere 270 degrees involves changing this angle to be half that, 135. And if we change
Oh, that's right.
the angle axis representation,
We have to half it.
simply as a quaternion with 4 components. And you'll notice that it has equal parts real and k. But I want you to notice one more thing here. There's 2 ways we could think about orienting the sphere like this. What I just did, we rotated it 3/4 of a turn counterclockwise, right? But you could also just rotate it negative 90 degrees, which involved changing that angle to negative 45. And when you do that, and you look at what
But
quaternion
that's going to be different.
again, it's equal parts real and k, but it's actually the negative of what we had before.
Yeah,
Before,
it's
the real part was
inverted.
negative, and the k part was
Because
positive.
it's turning in the opposite
But here,
direction.
the real part is positive, and the k part is negative. So we have 2 separate quaternions corresponding to the same orientation in 3D space. The phrase you'll sometimes hear referring to this phenomenon is that quaternions are a double cover for rotations in 3D space, which basically means any given orientation corresponds to 2 separate points on the opposite side of a hypersphere in 4 dimensions that we cannot see. And the reason this happens is because of the angle doubling phenomenon, right? I mean, think about it. As we change this angle up to 180 degrees, the orientation it corresponds to rotates 360 degrees, getting back to where it started. However, the quaternion it's representing has rotated 180 degrees around the hypersphere.
I mean, it's as good a day as any. You gotta start somewhere. Might as well start now, right? A lot of companies seem to be really interested in using Unreal.
In this case, it went from being
I think it might just be because of the visual aspects for the most part. I know Jesus was looking into using Unreal before he got his new job.
being 1 to being negative 1. So go ahead and keep playing around a bit if you'd like to build that intuition for which quaternions correspond to which rotations. And in the separate sections, I'll explain why this happens in the broader 4-dimensional context of what quaternion multiplication does to a hypersphere.
We're gonna have story time here in a second because the rest of this. I have a Discord message from who? Me. I've thought about learning Unreal myself. It's partially that I'm going to have to make the translation. I know it's still just C, but I'm gonna have to make the translation from C# to C++ again. I've it's been a while since I've touched C++. And I don't know exactly myself, but I feel like I've heard that Unreal has become kind of clunky to work with. It looks nice, but it's got some things in it that are a little odious because they just keep building on it, but they don't like There are some things that are on the back end that they haven't fixed necessarily that probably should be. Granted, that's all hearsay. I have no evidence to back that any of that is true up. To back up that that is true. All right. So if we are, let's say, at here, let's swap around a bit. So I've got my little character. I'm assuming this is going to be vector forward. This vector is going to be where I want. This vector is where I want them to rotate around. So this vector will most of the time be just directly up. Because I want them to rotate around the y-axis most of the time. However, they have the chance to get knocked around, which will probably offset their vector about like that. And I want to be able to sort of mitigate it so that it's about this to this degree. This will probably be the breaking point. And then once it hits I want to be able to detect that just before it hits the breaking point, or rather I want to be able to detect when it hits the breaking point that I'm going to need to add a new spring back to the character. Because for when you have springs on characters in Unity, once they reach the breaking force, they break, and then that component disappears from the object. So they'll never use it again. So I'm going to need some sort of method of breaking it and then reapplying it so that I can handle the characters falling over. Bum, 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 bum. So the unit circle in this case is pointing up that way now. Sorry, it's pointing up this way. The center of the unit circle is here. And its radius is perpendicular to this vector that we see here. If I change the angle, this unit or this sphere should rotate around that point. Yeah. So a player could get bonked. In which case, well, if the player does get bonked though, I want them to they'll probably be facing this way. Like their head will physically tilt to go that direction. It will tilt. Sorry. I'm trying to mitigate stage left versus audience left. So the top of the character will be over here. But I still want them to move. I still want them to be able to rotate towards wherever they're looking. Because they're going to be rotating like this. But I don't necessarily want them to be wobbly like that. I want them to get bonked. Well, I guess they're going to have to be wobbly, aren't they? Unless I have two separate ways of handling that interaction. Currently, following the very, very valet method of handling the interaction there, the player will, when they get bonked, they will tilt, but then they'll rotate around that. They only ever show, I think they only ever show the the bonking working.
For Very Very Valet, we wanted
Oh, that's loud.
precise controls with a physics-based controller to allow for tactile, toy-like reactions between players, cars, and all of the other objects in a level. Let's break down how it works. A character in our game is actually a floating capsule. When you tilt the joystick, the capsule accelerates in the desired direction, always floating a certain height above the ground and turning to smoothly point in the direction of movement. It may seem strange that the capsule is floating, but here's 4 reasons why. Reason number 1, ground clearance. Sliding along the ground makes it easy to get disrupted by small, uneven surfaces. Hovering above the ground avoids all of this. Reason number 2, no friction. It's in the air, so there's no contact with the ground. This makes player input feel more direct, since forces on the character can be directly applied and seen without the decay of friction. Because the floating capsule can still run into walls, we also reduce friction between the character and the world to basically 0. Reason number 3, sticking to slopes. Since we're already casting a ray down to calculate the floating forces, we have the ability to adjust how far down into the ground the ray goes. This provides an extra buffer to pull down on the character when just above the surface, allowing characters to stick to the ground when transitioning down a ramp or even up one without becoming airborne. Reason number 4, control over downward forces. You can see here that the spring force that levitates the character above the ground can also be applied to the objects under the character, giving a nice bouncy response like this when the character lands on a car, for example. We've got 4 good reasons to float the capsule. So how does it work? Now we have a floating capsule, but it needs to stay upright. One solution is to limit the rotation of the rigid body in the engine, using your physics engine's features. The downside is that any tilting from collision response, like getting hit in the head or getting hit by a car, is ignored, which impacts the charm we're going for. Instead, we calculate our own additional dampened spring force, this time acting as a torque on the character to try and return it to a desired orientation. This serves to keep the capsule upright and turn it to face a specific direction. When there's input from the joystick, we set the target orientation to point in the direction of movement, slowly turning the character in that direction as they run.
He mentioned that twice, the character turning to face the direction of acceleration. I wonder if that's 2 separate pieces that are trying to determine which direction the character is walking in. Like the getting hit, he also never actually showed how it functioned if the character was hit and is also moving, which isn't a bad thing, I guess, but it would be helpful to see kind of what the result of his changes would be. Because the way that I'm thinking about it is if the character is a capsule and they get hit, they would tilt. But as if they're trying to turn, they're going to probably turn like this on the tilt. And then they're going to reset themselves. Now, I mean, that probably happens so fast that it doesn't matter too much. But if they if they tilt and then rotate, maybe this way. Let's say if this is the front of our character, they get bonked and then they turn this way, and then they upright themselves. I feel like that looks weird. Although I also think it might look weird if they get bonked that they rotate this way and then unbonk. But I feel like that seems a little better, right? Maybe this will be a better example. So like if they get hit and then they rotate and they unhit versus if they get hit, you still can't see it. It blends into the background. Versus if they get hit, they're facing this way and then they rotate around this way and then unhit. Think you're overthinking it? I don't know if I am. I'm considering the differences, but I don't know which one's going to happen. And I don't know how to get one to happen over the other. I am probably overthinking it in terms of what people would actually care about. I just think one looks better than the other. And based on what I'm seeing, I feel like if I were to do both the turning to look at a position and the handling the vertical being bonked orientation, I feel like it's going to do the one where it gets bonked. He turns to look at something and then he uprights himself. And I think that one, it sounds like it looks ugly. I'm still probably going to try it, but I want to at least put the preconceived notion that I think that might what happen. I think that might be what happens, and I don't know if I'm going to like that. And if that's the case, then I'll have to figure out how to change it somehow. Hockey dokie. So let's take a look at his code again real quick. Well, actually, his code is my code too, I think, for the most part. I still don't, he doesn't actually tell us what the upright joint target rotation is. He doesn't tell us where that's defined. He doesn't tell us what that's defined as. He just tells us that it exists. We have to determine what it is. And that is currently what my problem is. It's trying to make sure that that is the correct value at any given point in time. Because everything else is based off of it. So you have the code in the comments? I don't think so. Because this was a commercial product that he made, so I don't think he's going to have released the code for it. I feel like the code would have been pretty under lock and key for a company's. Well, I guess it is his company technically. It was like two people, I think, and they were under a game. They were under a company title. I don't know if there's still a studio or not. But I don't think he does. The code is well written. For what code there is, it is well written. Because the runaround was the original portion that I used. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Let me watch the runaround portion.
Start running around. We achieve responsive controls powered by physics with a few parameters. Max speed, which is the run speed of the character. Acceleration, which is how fast the character can reach max speed. And max acceleration force, which limits the maximum force that can be applied when accelerating. The method works like this. First, we get the input from the joystick and calculate the desired movement direction of the character in the XZ plane adjusted based on the camera angle. We multiply this with max speed to work out the ideal direction and speed right now. Then we have a variable which is our goal velocity. This goal velocity tries to match the calculated right now velocity from this frame by moving it towards this value based on the acceleration parameter. This step makes sure the player never accelerates faster than our acceleration value. Then we
I don't remember this part of the video. Did I never watch this? I mean, I know I was trying to keep my...
calculate the force necessary to change the current velocity of the character to reach this new goal velocity in a single physics update. Essentially, what acceleration would be necessary to go from our current velocity to the goal velocity in a single physics step. Because this could be a large value, we clamp it with max acceleration force.
Okay, I did actually do that on my own. I'm pretty sure that I tried to make sure that I wasn't like directly copying what he did. So I think I sort of figured, okay, well, I'll try to approach this portion myself, like with a little bit of guidance from what he's doing. But I didn't use all of the the values that he has to try to adjust things. I don't have all of those exposed at the very least, and I definitely don't have them exposed in animation curves.
And finally apply that force to the character. Tuning these values have clear outcomes. The main values are max speed and acceleration, with max acceleration force
Although
being any abnormal.
I might come back to this and adjust. I knew I was gonna have to adjust the character's movement anyway at some point. I might have to come back to this and readjust it so that it is closer to what he has anyway. Just because I don't think that the character's current I think the character's current velocity is halved based on the forces that I'm applying. And I want to better understand how that works. And if I implement it like this, I probably will better understand how it works because he's got all of the individual forces separated out.
Large forces. This prevents the character from being too strong while still being able to push other physics objects out of the way in a relationship that's based on their mass. Here you can see that the characters have a nice strength to push cars around, but the speed reduction on the
he's
plate
got
and the impact makes the cars feel heavy and hard to push. Overall, it's pretty nice, but we've got a problem lurking. When we tune the values to feel great when running from a standstill, the character feels overly sluggish when suddenly changing directions. This is because we just have an acceleration that can work to both speed up and slow down the character. So if you're going one direction and you turn 180, it takes twice as long to slow down and then speed back up in the other direction, as compared to how long it takes to get up to top speed from a standstill. To solve this, we added a factor that can modify both the acceleration and the max acceleration force values based on the difference between the current and the desired movement direction. In practice, we use this to ramp up to 2x acceleration and max acceleration force when turning sharply around, and down to just 1x when generally heading in the same direction. This is the result. The character feels snappier and more responsive without making them too fast to get up to full speed when starting from a standstill. From here, the rest of the character controller is pretty standard. We have an analog jump based on applying a down force after the jump button has been released or the character has reached the peak of their jump. We have coyote time to add some forgiveness and allow jumping for a few moments.
Okay, I've definitely watched this whole video before because I remember the coyote time, dog.
Jump buffering, which we'll notice if you press the jump button before you land and take that action as soon as you land. Both
I don't have
coyote time
those
and
in
jump
yet.
buffering essentially make the game more responsive and friendly. If you press the jump button and you're close enough, the character's going to jump. Of course, in this video we're not covering other elements like the character animation system that really makes the movement shine. If you're interested, on our website we have a blog with many posts describing technical aspects of the game, including a detailed post about our character animation methods. There is a link in the description if you want to check it out. Very Very Valet releases first on Nintendo.
Okay. It's already up, by the way. In case you're wondering if this game is available, yes, it is. Okay, so I like completely blanked out on this entire portion here. I'll definitely have to reapproach my movement in the future. But for now, I won't do that. My hand is caught on the tag for the T. Don't I usually cut this off? What am I doing? Silly me. Quaternions. Yeah. Anyway, this whole thing was just so that I can turn the character. I still don't actually know if in the Very Very Valet video if he is explicitly handling the rotation of the character based on movement as well as the vertical rotation of the character based on the external forces that are being applied to it, such as getting hit with something. I still don't understand if those are the same controllers, like if those are both being controlled by the same thing, or if they are additive. Exactly. Cut. Well, let me turn this down a little bit. Because if they're additive, will that disrupt it? Or will that actually, if they're additive, that might give me kind of the rotation response that I was thinking about, that I wanted anyway. Oh. Implementation of that is going to be strange. I did try to do some sort of additive thing here at one point. Player movement input, I think, is the force vector. Yeah, it is. I mean, I guess all of this is going to change if I try to redo the player's input at some point. Currently, the way that I'm handling that is, I think on physics update, it will... Or sorry, on fixed update. Yeah, so update adjusts a vector that's supposed to tell what the force is, and then on fixed update it attempts to apply that vector. But that vector is the force. The force is what I want the player to look towards. So we've got a player and let's say that they're going to the right. So if we've got a player, and that's their forward vector, and then suddenly they play, that would mean that they're pressing the D key at the moment. I don't have controller input set up or anything. Although I do want to have that at some point. I should probably look at that at the same time that I look to re-implement movement, to rework the movement. Because if I do that at the same time that I rework the movement, then it'll be easier to adjust the movement rework so that it works. So let's say that the player is pressing D, and then they suddenly let go of D, and now they're pressing W, which means they're going to change. So now they're going to change, and they will be going directly up. I need the character to rotate towards that new direction. I was originally using a Quaternion look at, which was handy, but doesn't allow me to do the vertical bunkage. I don't think. You know what? Have I tried both of these on at the same time? What did I have here before? I don't remember what this was before. I think it was because, oh, you know what? I think I didn't have any, I think I have tried these before. I didn't have anything there, really. And what it did was it forced the player to rotate back towards a 0, 0, 0 for a forward vector every single time the player stopped moving. And I don't want that. I want the player to stay facing the direction that they're facing. Might go find a little bite to eat here in a second, actually. It's getting on 2 o'clock. First of all, I know that's wrong, so I can at least get rid of that. I don't know if I need to update this down here or not, though, because I'm not sure what the value that I'm actually using is. If I do it based off of player movement, the force is applying itself to the character in a direction horizontally. It's only ever applying the force on the X and Z axes. So if I submit, I think it updates by 20. Movement force is 100. Oopsies. So if I were to be updating this via the movement force, that means I'd probably have like 100 in one direction. So if there's 100 on the Z portion of the Euler Quaternion, it's going to send the player, I think it forces them to look straight up. Like their entire capsule would rotate to look directly up. Actually, no, on Z it should rotate around like this. Because it would put their It's not normalized, though. If this was 100, hold on. There's also the other calculations that it goes through. So rotation vector, current rotation minus I guess then comes into the question of why were they doing this? And what does the dot product of a Quaternion do? Quaternion dot product. Dot product of two Quaternion rotations. I understand that the dot product of two Quaternions is the angle between the rotations. Okay. It's less than 0. So this is handling the order, I guess, in which they are doing the multiplications. Wallaber understands Quaternions, probably. I'm on a hunch that he might know how Quaternions work. If he can do all of this adjustment to them. He's not adjusting them directly, mind you, but he's doing more adjustment than I know how to do. But he's also been making games for like 20 years, so makes sense. Let's take a look back at this flashbang. Maybe I should step through this piece by piece in my own code and see if I can't figure it out that way too. Because I have the pieces. I don't know if those pieces are correct for what I want to accomplish, but I have some pieces that I can use. And if I like spit out debugs basically for them, if I just try to test those individual pieces, then maybe I can figure it out a little bit better. I could use unit tests. Didn't think about unit tests, but that might help out. Dot product for Quaternions is simply the standard Euclidean product in 4D. Okay. Just multiply everything. All the x's, all the y's, all the z's. The angle you're looking for is the arc cosine of the dot product. Wait, what's the angle? The angle between the 2 points on the Quaternion hypersphere. Why are they manually computing the... There's a function for it, though. So if I were to... I would have to have my Quaternion be 0001, I think. You know what? Which portions of the Unity Quaternion object correlate to the actual function? Also, while I'm at it, is there a dark mode for Stack Overflow? Because, ow, my eyes. I need to get one of those plugins that just makes everything dark mode. User preferences. I think I have to sign in for it. I don't. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Dark. Ah, much better. Beautiful. Look at that. So much nicer. My eyeballs have been saved. Now I just need to change my background to not do that I just did. That thing that I just did that I don't like. Alright. Unity. Quaternion. Which... How do I word this? Which values in a Unity Quaternion? Values correlate to... Probably already out of it. Expression. Maybe, you know what? That's actually a good point. Maybe this just tells me. God, why is everything in bright mode? There we go. Ah, okay. All right. Better. I grabbed a plugin. Hopefully this will make things better. I need to make dark versions of all my backgrounds too. Can I do that now? Should I do that now? I say as I get distracted once more. Would probably improve the quality of life of my streams though. It just says XYZ component and W. The W component of the Quaternion. Thanks. Which portion is that? Is that the real portion? I'm assuming these are part of the vector. And the W is the real component. I'm assuming. But most cases you can use these methods to construct new rotations. Unity Quaternion mathematical equivalent. Fucking Quaternions. Okay. Why can't you just be normalized vectors? I'll probably go watch the 3 Blue and Brown's videos over and over and over again until I understand this as well, but until it comes to that, I'll read some things and try to figure this out. Bum. I mean, you can make a game without Quaternion's math being understood. I just want a little bit more fine-tuning in my only ever game that I've made. I guess that's not true necessarily. I wish I still don't have the I made a couple like really small games back when I was in high school, but I never saved them anywhere. I don't have them anymore. I don't think, at least. I've got some drives that I can check. Maybe it's sitting around on one of those flash drives and some SSDs, some external ones. Mathematical formula. Okay, I understand that. Oh, Unity's forum has a piece for this. I think I might... It's the number file video. Before I show you where that checkbox is that you're looking for, let's briefly discuss the American Civil War for half an hour. These people are looking specifically, I think, to understand Unity's use for Quaternions rather than how Quaternions work. So it ends up coming off as though he's wasting their time, I think. It's not a tutorial, it's an explanation. That's what Numberphile does. Oh, ads are coming soon. I might take this opportunity with the ads coming to quickly dip out and start heating up some food so that I may have something in my belly. I will be right back. I'm chilling in front of the computer. I don't know why I didn't just turn my camera back on while I was doing this. I don't have the food yet. The food is in the oven. It's heating up at the moment. So like a 10-15 minute timer. I need to invest in a microwave oven. It's sorry, not a microwave, a toaster oven, because it's probably less expensive to run one of those to heat up a couple slices of pizza than it is to run a full oven. And I'm all about saving money right now. Although some investments wouldn't be out of the question. I have a 400-page textbook on a shelf behind me, entirely devoted to quaternions for rotations. Jesus. But this is explaining quaternions in general, right? What is this? Oh, fuck off. Get out of here. Look at this. Look at this thread. It only goes up to 2019. They don't know anything about 3 blue, 1 brown. I specifically want to know what correlates to what in the formula. Cosine of 2Rn. Okay, this doesn't use... Okay, W is here. So W... Wait, W is not the real portion? Quaternion Q is independent of W. What the hell? That asks me to... Okay. Oh, it's because it's a it's like a... Not a dissertation, sorry. It's a paper. That's also not a W. That's a Greek letter. I actually don't remember what that Greek letter is. So it translated a Greek letter into a W. Got it. This is what I want to know. Where's that sign? Cosine of theta oh, this is a mathematical proof. This doesn't tell me anything about Unity. I was hoping that I would find something specifically with... Oh, it's putting me back through the captcha. If... Get out! Okay, if I am to intuit things correctly, W is the real portion, XYZ is your vector. It's your imaginary portion. I'm going to have to run with that theory for right now, and then maybe I can test some things in a second to understand whether that is actually the case or nay. Actually, where's my Quaternion test? Script. Tell me what? Tell me what I'm gonna do. They didn't actually have any variable for this. And I guess you could call it H. I have a feeling that this isn't going to exactly be correct. Why is W at the end? YZW doesn't make sense for a... Unless W has... Oh, you know what? W, it might be at the end because they defaulted to 0. No, you have to put in a W. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so now I can effectively adjust the Quaternion directly, which it tells me I'm not supposed to do. It's not actually showing it at all, though. Well, I guess one of these is supposed to be 1, isn't it? Okay, nothing's showing so far. Oh, hold on, there's also no vector, because that's... forward vector times 5. Can I multiply that by test vector? What? Hold on, what do you mean? Oh, that's an Euler representation of... Ah. Okay, so I should just be able to do this then. What the fuck is a kilometer? Yeah, magic, baby. Oh, an interesting experience here. Oh, you know what I should do? There are times where I consider replacing this whole visage with a PNG that just reacts when I talk. So nobody can see me sneeze. No one can see you sneeze. In space, and no one can see you sneeze. Wait, what? This shortens it? What the heck is J? So this needs to... I would need to... Wait, hold on. Clamp. Oh, ow. First of all, see if that actually allows it to clamp these values if I'm adjusting them manually. Nope. Nope. Doesn't know what the hell it's doing. Perfect. What are you telling me? God, it's so fucked up. This is like up to 90. But it's not actually. Adjusting that doesn't do anything. That adjusts the length of the vector for some reason. This also adjusts the length of the vector for some reason. And that doesn't do anything. Okay, that rotatos. I know that they're supposed to be between... I guess I'd have to add... Why do these all adjust to, like, the same rotation, though? They're all along the same axis. I think. I don't know, this is... Okay, that's around the y-axis. Can Can we, there we go. So this is around X. Which makes sense because this is X, this is Y, and this is Z axis then. Sorry, just kidding. Oh wait, this is pointing towards the Z axis, that's why we don't see any differences. The pizza is ready. So if I do that and then I do this, then we should see it adjust over the Z. Never mind, we'll see it rotate around the X axis. Because why not? Oh no, that's the Z-axis. The Z-axis, I guess, has been rotated, though. Because of this. The Z-axis is now facing the direction opposite of this? And there's no way to get it to the other side. I guess if that would have to be negative this. Then there would be a way to get to the other side, yeah. Okay. I'm kind of getting an understanding of this. Not a great one, but an understanding nonetheless. Let me go get my food. I'll be back. Ah, so the plugin that I have that keeps YouTube running doesn't actually work, apparently. Because YouTube has stopped working. I have to go keep the tab active, I guess. Which, if I have to do that, why wouldn't I just click on it myself manually anyway? I'm uninstalling that plugin. I don't need it if it's going to work like that. Well, I'm back, but I will be leaving my camera off for right now while I consume the food. The burb is gone. I guess the burb is technically here. I'm still not 100% understanding exactly how these values are correlating. I think I have an understanding of them, but it's very precarious right now. I'm going to need to do a little bit more fiddling, I think, with it. And through fiddling may come understanding. Maybe. 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 Anyway. Food. Did you consider food? Because I did. What is happening? What? Why? I'm not touching anything. Stop processing. Jesus. Let me rename a game object. The hell? That was bizarre. I don't know why that's happening. It might be because it's instantiating things, so it refreshes the hierarchy. I don't know how I'm just noticing that that's a thing that happens. Anyway, back to pizza. Where is this thing? Where has it gone? It has a material, it has a mesh filter. So why is it not showing up? Unless the material's messed up, maybe? But I already tried changing what the material is. No, it's not that. This is bizarre. Its scale is 111. Ah, well, first of all, I get to do all of that again, because that was all in runtime. This is quite strange. Oh. Okay, let's see what the difference between these two is. Oh, its position isn't correct, first of all. The other one was at this position and it wasn't showing up for some reason, and I don't know why. There it is. I actually don't want it to be a sphere, I don't think. You know what, let's make it a capsule. Make it this capsule. The stockiest lad. Sure. Oh, hold on, let me turn my camera back on. I'm done consuming the food. That's not the camera, this one is. Hey. Oh, I can't copy that from there. Let's copy that from here. Oh, it's a Quaternion. A Quaternion. Quaternion test object. I still didn't copy it. I see how it is. Stop building. I must have accidentally saved player movement. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, it doesn't have the actual script attached to it. Oopsies. I didn't make it public. Or serializable. Just make it public because I don't really care about it. Everything is temporary, nothing matters. Okay, already failing, so that's pretty good. Already failing. Pretty good. Lovely. This is happening on update, right? And I did save it. Yeah, okay. It certainly isn't doing any of this. What's wrong with you? Why aren't you moving? It should be doing a look rotate at the vector, whatever that vector is. So I guess that's, hold on. Maybe it's too far away for it to actually do anything with. Nope, still nothing. Player movements, rotate character. That would do it. Yeah. I wonder if I can print that rotation out actually. Burn down the house. Burn down. Huh? What? 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 let's see. I want a quick way to clamp the sum by 1. I need to turn off the idols on the stations. Shake, shake it, mama, shake it for me. Because I can clamp the sum, but that's not going to clamp HIJK. I guess I could potentially set them in maxes to be the difference, maybe. Is Micah still online? Or is Micah already offline? No, I think Micah's offline. No, I missed the morning stream. Rats. Oh, my dark mode is dark moding things that I don't think should normally be dark moded. What the heck is this? Twitch subscription gives an Apple TV? Buy 1 new sub, get 3 months of Apple TV Plus. Huh. Okay. That's something. That's certainly a thing. Does a Taco Bell one too? Okay, alright. Jeez. What a strange promotions. That I frankly don't really care about. Ah, I needed that. So I mean, at least I've determined that it seems to be the case that IJK is the vector and H is your real portion of the formula. so I don't necessarily need to continue making this thing that I'm working on right now. However, I can, with the information that I have now, I can test this. And I can sort of calculate where approximately I need it to be for the vertical tilt that I want to add to it. Hopefully I can calculate it at the very least. Let's go to player movement. Well, actually, I guess I can calculate it with this, really. I wish I remembered what this was originally. Will that affect to 0? I still don't know the correlation, I guess, between the I don't know how it converts the Quaternion into the vector. I guess it'll convert it into a vector. It converts it into angle axis. Which that's the cosine of theta plus sine of theta times the vector. Times our ijk in this case. And h gets turned into degrees. Somehow. I think 3 o'clock brain is starting to hit. I'm getting distracted very easily. Maybe I should work on these every day and then have the second half of the day be not the working. That might also have me get up on time, you know? I want to say part of my not getting up on time is partially related to to not knowing exactly what I'm going to do for the stream. Or rather, maybe not knowing how I'm going to do something, but maybe not knowing what I'm going to do, but maybe it's not knowing how I'm going to do something. For a while, I've been the kind of person that doesn't want to show something off until it's absolutely ready to go, which is not easy to do for something like streaming. So I just decided to stream everything instead, which is where we're at right now. Oh, I'm fighting. Oops. Am I printing out? I am printing it out. So if I have this be Stappy Bap. I took the wrong gun length for that fight. Alright, so let's see here. The target orientation that this was trying to reach was -7, sorry, 0.76604. And this was 0.64279. Now, why is that the Quaternion that comes out of that force? I've got one more hunt to do. At least a dimensional link one. I've got technically several more hunts today. What if I played video games instead? Hmm? Ooh. Isn't that a mood? Playing video games will always be more enticing than making them, I think. Just by the nature of I like to play video games. I like to make video games too, but this is the first time I've made something this complex. To be honest, math is not my highest priority of interests. Mostly because it's just difficult to do. Unless you do math a lot, in which case it's probably easy for you to do. Do I have buttons on the inside of my shirt? Oh no, just the replacement buttons at the bottom. So that means player movements. There's no way that the vector for movement is... the force vector is going straight down. I refuse to believe that. Because that doesn't make any sense. Mathematically. Or I guess, at the very least, that doesn't make any sense based on what I'm seeing as a result. Oh. Oh, I didn't actually copy down the torque value for that. Wah, wah, wah. Oh well, the torque value isn't necessarily what I need, I guess. I should probably be printing out. So if the player is holding down the S key like I was there, currently they are attempting to face. They are attempting to face this. But doesn't they're not. This doesn't look like it's in the correct orientation compared to where it was though. Can't even begin to guess how much I hate Quaternions. I know that they're difficult to deal with. Welcome in, Glass, by the way. Doo-doo-doo-doo. At least I'm pretty sure I was pressing down. Can we can't print out the latest thing, I guess. So yeah, I'm attempting to understand Quaternions for the first time, really. Maybe I was pressing right. Or left. No, it was down. The Quaternion's not correct there, though. For this orientation, that's not right. Something else is interacting with this. Unless forward's different than what I expected to be. Because supposedly these two capsules are working off the same Quaternion right now. As a game developer, I hate coding and I hate coding about Vector 3s so much. It's I like the coding aspect of it, I think, myself. Figuring out the math behind things definitely isn't my strong suit. I can say that. I'm interested in them. Quaternions are black magic as far as I'm aware at the moment, but they are interesting. I watched a couple videos earlier in the stream. We were looking at some explanations by a channel called 3 Blue 1 Brown. And they have some pretty decent explanations on complex numbers and Quaternions as well. And they basically described Quaternions as like a Quaternion works in 4 dimensions. So it's a 4D hypersphere is actually what you're messing with, but you're using a 4D hypersphere to basically make a 3D regular sphere. I really want to work in a game studio, but you can't code. I also want to work in a game studio, but I can code. You can learn coding over time. It's not hard to get started necessarily, but it is hard to be good at it. You can type things. There are many answers to one question when it comes to programming. But getting an answer that is good takes the most practice. Getting an answer that will help you out in a lot of situations takes the most practice. I know there are a few YouTube videos that you can look up, I'm sure, that if you have the way that I program is I try to solve a problem first and then I start something And then if I run into something I don't know how to do, I just look it up. And usually there's a tutorial for that kind of a thing, or there's a question on Stack Overflow that's been answered regarding that kind of thing. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, this is how I do this. And so I just put that in. You use AI? Yeah, that's a big problem. AI lies, but it'll be very confident in the way that it lies to you. Most of the code that comes out of ChatGPT doesn't work. You're going to have to know something about programming in order to fix ChatGPT's code so that it does work. And even then, it might not actually answer the question that you were trying to answer, because ChatGPT doesn't know what it's handing you. It's just a language learning model. The only thing ChatGPT does is it says, okay, these things are usually paired together, so I'm going to spit them out together. Not exactly, but in a sense. In a basic sense. Zero confidence about coding. It's definitely a daunting thing to start. If you've heard, let's see. Do these guys cover everything? So there's a website called W3 Schools that I've looked at a couple of times. They've answered a few questions about things that I've had questions about. And they just have tutorials about a bunch of different languages if you want to try specific languages. If you want to make a specific game, then I'm sure there are a couple engines that you can try that you want to get started in, and you basically just look things up about them. Trying to get started with programming, it's easy. It's using Unity for years, really. Okay, so C# then. I haven't released a few things, but the coding is like, damn. It pays to know the language and the method of the programming. So you are using Unity. Unity has its own specific things that it can do in the language of C#. But if you don't know how C# works and you don't know how object-oriented programming works, then you're going to be at a disadvantage. Unity libraries, yes. Yeah, that's Unity. It uses Unity's API. But there are things that can help you out in programming that aren't explicitly described in Unity's API, such as, I mean, in basic sense, the primitives that you have access to are different between certain languages. Like Python uses var for pretty much everything. You can explicitly define things, but Python just uses var for everything. Where in C# everything needs to be defined. You're supposed to have of integers, floats, longs, ulongs, bools, decimals. There's a difference between a decimal and a float, and a long. there's a lot of nuances between all the languages. And you have to know what those differences are in order to make full use of things. There's a thing in object-oriented that you can do. I don't know exactly what your skill level is with these things individually either. There's polymorphism. Polymorphism is one of my favorite things because it makes things real nice and easy.
You're right. I should.
Can't rotate it around there. I want to rotate it around Z. I think I am rotating it around Z, but it's not responding in any way. Maybe this needs to be a 1. No, this would have to be this would be a 0 with this being increased and decreased. I actually don't know if it's responding to anything there. I apologize for making assumptions on things that you may or may not know. It's not my intent. Oh, that's way higher than 1. Okay, something might not be entirely correct here. Obviously, this sum that I have here is greater than 1, which is already wrong. Oh, this is the game view. That's why I can't move anything. I'm currently trying to determine why my Quaternion is behaving the way that it is and how what I'm looking for exactly to get it to behave correctly. Because currently I'm basing the way that this character is moving off of a force vector that I'm applying to them. Which is incorrect, but I mostly just want to see how it's affecting them. I'm attempting to get them to wobble a little bit as they are struck with things. I want them to get hit with something and react to it a little. But I think I need to rework it so that their look at is different. No. Yes. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Where's the movement? Because this is where I'm putting this in. So I'm converting, at the moment I'm converting the force to an Euler, but that's not what I need to do. Target orientation. Maybe comparing it to the player's current rotation is the wrong thing? Am I supposed to be finding their... All of this I'm basing off of a very, very valet video, by the way. No, he does it based off of the transform too.
Instead, we calculate our own additional dampened spring force. This...
Hello? Man, my computer is struggling.
time acting as a torque on the character to try and return it to a desired orientation. This serves to keep the capsule upright and turn it to face a specific direction. When there's input from the joystick, we set the target orientation to point in the direction of movement, slowly turning the character in that direction as they run. At this point, we have a floating capsule that wants to stay upright and point in a specific course, this time acting...
I like that I still like that he has elapsed in here, but he doesn't ever use it. Why?
tilting from collision response, like getting hit in the head or getting hit by a car, is ignored, which impacts the charm we're going for. Instead, we calculate our own additional dampened spring force, this time acting as a torque on the character to try and return it to a desired orientation. This serves to keep...
Wait. But this torque doesn't
sound like it does anything for the horizontal rotation, which is what I was thinking earlier. Unless the upright joint rotates to match the forward, I guess. Maybe the joint rotates, yeah. But does that make a difference? I don't think it would. It's still funny. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. Rotation doesn't matter on this thing. It doesn't, like, force the player to rotate around in any way, shape, or form. So then why are they doing this, and how can I fix it? Play the music. I need to restart some things here. Let's maybe just focus on getting more information out of this. If I set this to transform. I'm assuming that this is supposed to be some compound thing. Why am I not breakpointing? Oh well. Probably because I don't want this happening every single frame. A breakpoint every frame would be annoying and obnoxious. It's not what I'm looking for right now. Okay, that's fine. Just thinking maybe at one point I had split the actual player's object and the body, the mesh, but I haven't split them up. What am I doing? Well, that's what I get for pressing spacebar, I guess, but
Maybe it's working in a different orientation. So somehow negative 100 converting that via Euler. I'll find a
Learned 3D Math Series, Episode 40. Today we're going to be converting from Euler angles to quaternions. As you recall, all we really need to do is convert 3 rotation angles to the quaternion format, and then we'll concatenate these together.
Portion format.
As per usual, we'll need to consider inertial to object and object to inertial. We're only going to compute the former, but the latter is very easily calculatable too, so I'll show you that formula. We're going to let H, P, and B be the quaternions that rotate around the Y, X, and Z axes respectively. As per episode 36, we're going to use negative rotation amounts, and if you don't recall why, you should go ahead and watch that video again. So for our heading, we have W and then X, Y, Z. As I said, we're going to be computing the Y value for the heading. So the W value is
So I think it's rotating 100 degrees, sorry, 50 degrees around the x-axis.
Cosine negative h over 2, 0, sine of negative h over 2, 0, and then we're going to take the negative value of that. We're going to do the exact same thing for the pitch value, obviously pitch is with the x, and the bank value, which is with the z.
Wait a minute, the vector that force vector I'm basing it off of isn't, it's a position. Well, it's a force, I guess, which correlates kind of to a direction. I should be able to calculate a rotation based off of it, I guess, but I don't think I'm doing that yet. Maybe that's something that I should be looking up instead. Let's try that real quick. Find a ton of questions that turn quaternions into direction vectors, but none for the other way around. Correct. Take the cross product. Wait, direction vector. Okay, hold on.
The directional light's direction is a unit vector, but models are rotated using quaternions. How do I rotate this model to match the direction of the light? Two vectors. Direction vector is not defined. Rotation is an infinite number of possible solutions. See that there is no information. See, there's no information for how to rotate around the axis. Two vectors is possible, as is a vector and a rotation. I can definitely base it off of forward, I guess. Take the cross product of your direction vector and the up vector u for the side vector s. Then cross D and S for new. For UN, okay. I'm not sure about these variables, but something might be happening here. And then make a matrix out of it. Matrix to Quaternion is well-known math. Okay. Oh, Jesus. That last part sounds very pretentious. But it's also text. Details for converting direction to up vector. And then matrix to Quaternion. Oh. That's painful to look at. So I need to go, there's a lot more calculation that I need to be doing is the problem. You can't really store a matrix, I don't think, though. C++ code, oh my god. Alright, I think I've learned an overabundance of information today, and my brain's starting to collapse in on itself for now. I learned about 4D stuff.
We're going to concatenate them together, which is this top formula.
Jesus Christ.
Multiply them out, which is this bottom formula. And it's simplified. And that is basically the entire formula. That's all you really need to know. So it's very simple. Nothing special about this. Just basically multiplying matrices out. And that's it. To solve for the object to initial, we can just take the conjugate. If you don't remember what a conjugate is, you should go ahead and take a look at that episode.
That one's a bit dry. So I can definitely understand that my force vector alone is not going to be enough, obviously. I could try to take the force vector cross the forward vector. That might work out. Oh. Ba-da-ba-ba. That looks like it could work. I probably need to do one more, but see what happens. I, I mean, that's kind of incorrect. Why does it, like, take so long to get there, though? No. Got a lot of tabs open, that might be part of my problem. Why things are laggy. I know Google likes to just continuously page itself as well. You should page yourself now.
if I did with up too? I'm just kind of throwing things at the wall right now and seeing if anything sticks. Oh, wait, hold on. That doesn't define anything. We love a good guess. Experimentation. Not even experimentation. I'm just messing around right now. I'm doodling. That's what's happening. Hell yeah. Alright, it's gonna take me a lot longer to actually figure out what this needs to be. It's gonna take me quite some time, I think, to understand Quaternions anymore. Than I currently am. My brain is overloaded with information about Quaternions again. Unfortunately, my tolerance for learning has become lower, I guess. I hate that. I want it to be higher. Maybe I'll end stream now. I can either end stream or I can go do something else, I guess. I don't want to just like play video games or something though. I want to continue working on this. But this is the next thing that I really want to get done, is figuring out the movement. It has been 5 hours. I probably need like a decent break. I haven't actually taken a decent break. I didn't take more than, what, 20 minutes, I guess, for lunch. I could play Monster Hunter again. That's some good brainless action. I need fresh eyes for this, that's all I know. Maybe I need to get up and walk away from the computer for a little bit. It is getting close to the evening. But I just ate. It's not like I need to eat again. So soon, anyway. I think some evening Monster Hunter would be fun. Most of the people I know can actually join me if I do in the evenings. Oh, hold on, I better make sure there's no ads coming. Yeah, I think I'll go ahead and end for right now, and maybe I can do some hunting. I'm hunting right now. You would never know. Righto. Let's take a break. I won't do any hunting tonight. I don't think I deserve that as a reward for doing anything, because I haven't done anything really today. I learned some things. But I'll probably just work on some documentation offline. Anyway, thanks everyone for stopping by. I will see you later. Oh, I guess I should do the whole thing. There you go, links. I've got a Discord, I've got a Twitter, I've got a YouTube archive. The YouTube archive is just the VODs from this channel. It's not got anything edited on it. Maybe one day. I always say maybe one day, but so far they're just VODs still. I'll be back tomorrow, probably with Uru, unless the servers are down again. They were doing maintenance last time that I didn't know about. But they should be back out this time. I think it's probably going to be like maybe 2 or 3 more streams of Uru, and it'll be done Uru. And then I'll be free from Mist. The Mist series has been a lot. It's been fun. It's also been a lot. I've been through 5 whole games, 6 whole games technically. Starting to wear a little bit on me. I'll see you all later. I'm going now. This goodbye has been long. Longer than it should have been.